Hello, hello, hello. I'm sure you all heard me banging around, but here we are, back again. Alright, so today we're going to be doing one more day of Atari Lynx 2 work. Today we've got to do the same thing we did the past 2 weeks, which is recap and update the power system. Then today I am actually going to do the screen mod because I want to play this dang thing on a good screen. Now, unfortunately, last week we did discover that while I was able to restore power to the links I was working on, I really do feel like I have a dead, essentially what would be the CPU, the Hayato chip, which controls loading game logic and audio and all that stuff. Basically, since I don't have any audio, that generally points to the Hayato being a problem. So if we have time today, I'm going to tear that one down again, and we'll start probing around. There's some tests I can do to prove that. Now, thankfully, I can order a donor Hayato. They're a little expensive, but if that's the only thing that's stopping me from having a working Lynx at $45 or whatever it's going to cost me, is not too terrible, considering that my only other option is purchasing like an $80 or $90 donor unit, which seems a little wasteful. I wanted to clean off my mat before I started today because I'll probably go over this tomorrow, but I was working on a Switch last week, and then off stream I wanted to do some more work on it, and I wasn't paying attention, and I fried it. And I fried it because I'm pretty sure I had a piece of solder on the mat that I wasn't paying attention for, and it went onto a component it should not have gone onto. And when I applied power to it, I heard a nice loud sizzle, followed by the all too familiar smell of a burnt component. And she's dead now. So I turned a perfectly working Nintendo Switch into a donor board. Happens, but it still feels bad nonetheless. Especially when just what I'm doing right now could have prevented that. So we clean and then we work. Okay. Needless to say, I'm pretty upset with myself over that, just because I don't know. I put a lot of effort into that one. It was a pretty good fix, and I screwed it up. Just goes to show you that it doesn't really take much to ruin things in this world, and attention to detail is really kind of what will prevent that from happening. And just lessons learned, I guess. Lessons learned. So, 'tis what it is. Gotta go find my last recap kit. It's in here somewhere with the rest of my console supply stuff. Got so many parts in now. Yeah. It's hard for me to keep track of what's what. What is this? Is this Atari Lynx 2 cap kit? Exactly what I needed. So this is the last one of the original 2 that I had bought. Honestly, these were all in pretty decent shapes. It's a little dirty, but you know, that's what rubbing alcohol on a toothbrush will take care of. But all the buttons are good. Wheels are good. I did verify this one was working. I'm not going to bother today. I don't feel like plugging and unplugging all the batteries, so you'll just have to trust me. And if it doesn't work after I'm done, well, I am an idiot, and I probably broke it. So this one we got to get warm air onto these rubber pads here, kind of soften up this glue that's underneath them, and then peel them off. Now I think what I'm going to do though is I'm going to repair this logic board, and then I'm going to get the case and stuff from the one we were working on last week and swap the board into that case, because that one is pretty much factory new. So I'd like to just kind of make that my personal unit, and then if I can get the other one working, we'll slap her back on this bad boy and sell it for what I would hope to be a reasonable cost. I'm probably going to be asking about $125. I think would be enough to basically cover my costs and make me a couple bucks and give somebody a good deal on an Atari Lynx II. I think they're selling for a good chunk of money on eBay, so maybe I can get more. I don't know. I like to give people good deals, though. I'm not really doing this to make a whole shit ton of money. But basically want to recover the cost of the parts that I put into it. A little bit of money for my labor. That's all I really kind of want. I had a friend get in touch with me last night, and apparently one of the people that ended up with one of my Switch lights decided that she wanted to break the screen on it somehow. So now I've got parts for that on the way from China, and I get to do a screen swap, which I am honestly not really looking forward to, because I don't like screen swaps. I ordered a laminated display though, so that should take off the biggest headache that comes to doing a screen swap, which is basically aligning the LCD properly. And it's a little bit more expensive because it forces you to replace the digitizer as well. But honestly, you're going to be better off anyway, because the Switch Lite's an air-gapped model, and so does the original Switch. And the laminated displays give you a little bit better viewing angle, a little less reflection. Overall, just kind of a better part. Either or, it's $45 for the screen. I actually ordered 2 because I have a custom job that I wanted to keep for myself, but the screen's kind of weird on it. And here's one of my little ones, just letting us know that she's here. Okay. Set this off to the side. And we gotta get the battery tray off. Yeah, things are a little dusty and crusty in this one, but honestly, other than that, perfectly fine. Gonna have to clean the battery contact and stuff off, but does look to be okay. these off. I'm going to put these in a bag. Just learned bags are kind of the way to go. Now we're going to have to turn that sucker on because he's going to take about 4 years to heat up. Oh wait, did I already do this one? Shit, I think I already did this one. Because the shielding looks... Oh no, because I don't see any Captain tape, so... And the caps are not blue. So this one, yeah, this one has not been done. Okay, good. Scared me for just a quick little second there, but... Oh, this last bail is kind of a pain because the capacitor's right next to it, but other than that, it should just pull. Should now just pull out. Speaker connection, LCD backlight connection. Now the board is free. Okay. Yeah, this ribbon looks a little bit weird. I don't really like how it's folded like that. Oh, maybe that's fine. I don't know. Maybe this one got taken apart and put back together slightly funky. Looks to be just fine everywhere else though, so I'm not going to be too concerned about it. Let's go set this aside. So there is some corrosion on the battery contacts. Nothing too crazy though. I could still see the capacitors up top are leaking. Like this one in particular has some crud on it. And here, we'll just do this and maybe we'll get you, while this is heating up, take a look here. Okay. And then you can see, like, yeah, like, see all that green crap? That's corrosion. Whether it's from a leak or not, my guess is pretty leaky. See if we get a little light in there, maybe we could see some guts poking out, but probably not. Probably just kind of like a normal little minor leak and started eating away on the legs first, because the backside of the board looks fine. Like it didn't. That looks a little chunky right there, but that's not a big deal. There she blows. And we get to begin the long process of recapping these boards. Okay, well, you know how it goes. We'll start off with C41 and C39, which is these top two capacitors right here, C41, C39. And it's just going to be the whole flood and drain method. Grab a more appropriate tip for the job. I did pick up a couple new soldering tips that were my hope for them is that they're going to make prep work on pads for QFN chips a little bit easier. Okay, that's working. Because that's the one thing that I struggle with on QFNs. It's kind of getting the pads with enough solder on them, proper amount of solder on them anyway. And I always seem like I have to spend like an extra 5 or 10 minutes basically. Oh boy, yeah, get hit with that instant smell of burning electrolytic capacitor fluid. And in case you're not familiar, it smells like dead fish. So, you work on Game Gears, you're almost certainly, and you can see how it's bubbling like that. There's something in there. It's not too happy. Oof. Yeah, you can smell it instantly. It's a pretty not fun smell. So let's get this in manual focus mode here. We'll get this off the screen as well. I wish this would save this setting for me. I can't figure out how to make it do that. So now I gotta do this. Feels like it should be okay. I might actually, I think for this job, I did just lift this up some so I could have better. Oh, not let me focus. Huh. Might have to just refocus it because I did really just kind of. If I zoom in like that, will let me focus? No. Let's just go ahead and let the software do the work here. Kind of had to raise the microscope head up just a bit so I can get my desoldering gun in there, and I'm more comfortable. So now I've got a good couple of inches in between it and the gun. Now, for anybody familiar with the stream who has been watching this for the past couple weeks, you know that I'm gotta hit this with a 2-toned approach of this thing, and then my manual. See, that one cleared out okay, sort of. But like these just don't want to let go. I still have yet to order welding tip cleaners, so and there's that as well. Might help a little bit with better suction, but it's not the greatest desoldering pump or vacuum, whatever you want to call it. I'm not overly impressed with it, to be quite honest, but this little guy, on the other hand, might need to. Alright, that's the other thing I want to do this time, so I don't end up flooding my mat with a whole bunch of solder bits. I'm going to dump it off onto a paper towel here instead of the mat directly. And that way, hopefully, in the future, I won't ruin completely working boards. Yeah. These guys are just gonna basically be kind of a pain in my butt, huh? There's just like little tiny tendrils of solder that don't want to come up. Might have to reflood. Sometimes that really does help. one came off okay. The other one. Okay, so now we could take a look at the actual damage. Whoa. So that got really corroded. Right there. Let's see if I can get better focus on that. Yeah, you can see I think those are the legs that are actually in the hole right there. Probably just snap right, yeah, they just snap right off because they were so eaten away. So let's just, while we're here, let me see if I can't just clean these up. Thankfully, I'll say thankfully, I'm not sure if I'm going to have to do some trace repair here or not, but I'm not entirely certain. Let's see, like how. Okay, let me grab a Pokey James so I can point this out. I don't know how big of a problem this is. I'm guessing it's okay, but we could see like this right here is dark. This pad's still intact for the most part. So is this one. So this is the positive side. This is just a ground plane. But I'm going to do some testing here real quick. Cats are so needy these days. Alright, so we're just going to do some poking real quick just to verify things are okay. So basically, like all those passes that we see, like right here, C35, which is this guy right here, should be connected to this legless MOSFET right here. Okay, so yeah, but we don't have connection. Oh, I do. Okay. So thankfully, whatever happened here wasn't bad enough to completely kill the ground plane. So my guess is that when yeah, we should be okay. Oh, well, that's a good sign. And these capacitors just 100% will be the cause of the majority of your problems with these handheld consoles, these retro handheld consoles anyway. Grab these screws and put them away. Even though probably don't need to do this, but there we go. Okay. All right. So okay, so I gotta pull up the capacitor list here. Hopefully I'll be able to do like this and then this. But I want this to be bigger. And then this. Okay. So this should tell me. So 4139, and then now we got to get 23, and 23 should be this guy. Right here. Yeah, this guy. And I probably should, while I'm here, pull this inductor as well. I know that's kind of needed for the clean screen install. The inductor's just this guy right here, but I don't know. Trying to just give things a good amount of time here to maybe let them mix better. But I swear to God, it doesn't really matter what I do. The vacuum on this just is... for the most part, usually not good enough. That actually... sit for a second, then suck. No, see, like, just... that does not... yeah, either that or the leg kind of didn't really make it through on that one, so I just can't get a... here's the leg. Let's see, maybe now I can get better suction on it. It is not happy with what I am doing, so back to the manual pump I go. I could just also, I might have to, but we'll try one more time with this. Okay, there we go. Sometimes you have to kind of reflood it, but in this case, that one looks okay. And I don't think I saw any corrosion on this one. Maybe a little bit. Most of these are probably leaking a little tiny bit, and I think this time around, so I've been making this mistake of actually not cleaning off the top portion of the board, which isn't a huge deal, but you want to try to get the goo off because it is corrosive, and it will, if you leave it on the board, just eventually eat away at everything. Okay, that should be nice and scrubbed. Set that to the side. I've got to order more alcohol. Alright, so now I think we've got to move down to these two guys, which are right here. Could be wrong on that one, though. Let's see here. So, 37 and 47 are the ones we are looking for now. And 37. And I'm assuming that's going to be 47 right there. So this guy and this guy, I was right. Yeah, you can still see just tiny bits of corrosion on those legs, so they're just starting to go. So they're in the middle of the board, a horizontal and a vertical. So there's a horizontal. And then the vertical's right here, so it's going to be buck. This guy and this guy. I think. These two. Yeah. If I flip it over, I can see 37's the vertical right there. Yep. Okay, so it's going to be these guys. Alright. Trying to get some better focus. And is this going to give us better lighting? Yeah, I think you guys can see a little bit more this way. Okay, so I got to be careful of the plastic for the game card reader. Part of me is wondering if maybe I should be fluxing this too. Might actually kind of help with the solder flowing. This is Kester solder is pretty good. It's got the rosin core, but actual flux really does kind of help. This one is obviously not mixing very well because I'm not seeing it. There we go. Breathe. So that one's going to be a pain. And I can smell the... So let's just start with this one. Surprisingly, not as bad as I thought. Same with that. That's going to be a little bit of... And that will too as well. Might have gotten lucky on that one. Well, I got one side out, but the other one is not being cooperative here, huh? And so let's see here. Should just be able to do the one leg trick. Let's grab the cap, slide soldering iron in here. Pop them on out. Enjoy that lovely smell of dead fish. I'm gonna have to finish cleaning that hole out anyhow. As you can see, it is not too happy. Let's just go ahead and just finish this guy off manually here. I love finishing guys off. Wait, what? Okay, got that. Okay, that should hopefully pull out now, and I could just clean everything up with some braid if I need to. Yeah, I seen a little bit of crud right there. Should be okay though. That cap looks pretty good. And things look pretty good there. We're just gonna still go ahead and rub a little ISO over these. Yeah, it looks fine. So now if we come on the back, we can see that this guy on the right does need to be paid attention to. You know, I'm probably, does this help? Yeah, that's a little bit better. Important note that you're not really scrubbing, you're just kind of letting things heat up and then you glide it over the pads. Should just kind of smoothly move like it's oiled up. Just cleaning all this up. That is good. On to the next. So that's the power side of the board done. And then we move on to C11, which is right down here by the shielding. Should be this guy right here. See, it's like so weird. Like if I turn this off, and you guys can see, but if I turn this on, yeah, white balance is pretty shitty. Anyways, C11 is just minor pain just due to its proximity to the cartridge holder. I wonder if this is going to be better now. Let's try with that. Back to the bench light. Yes, multimeter. I know I haven't been using it. You can turn off now if you want. Oh, such a tedious process. These Lynx boards are a lot of work, to be quite honest. I guess the Game Gears are too as well. I should probably go do another Game Gear just for the grins. Really not too much resale value in them. I think that just actually had one for the first time. Just kind of naturally pop out for us there. Let's take a look at the board. Looks good. Maybe a little tiny bit of corrosion there. But either or, we'll just scrub anyway. Doesn't hurt. Only helps. Guess if I really wanted to be super proper about this, I'd be starting with the white vinegar first to neutralize. Although actually, I don't know if electrolytic fluid is alkaline or actual acid. If it's alkaline, the vinegar would work, but if it's an acid, the vinegar won't do anything. Or the ISO should be enough to kind of get it off the board. Now, I move down to C14 here. We're going to do this guy last, I think, just because you got to get the metal shielding and stuff off. So C14 is just right down here, right next to the LCD ribbon connector. So we'll go ahead and, I think it's this guy right here. Yeah, it's got to be. Yeah. So we'll just go ahead and get this pulled off. Okay, well, that seemed like it went pretty well. I'm wondering if I'm kind of shoving the legs down a little bit and making work harder for myself, but actually did not come out too terrible. Still just a tiny bit of solder on that, but we might actually kind of be able to wiggle that one free. I don't think so, but it's also pretty close to a bunch of plastic connectors. I think we got one. That one came out okay. Now, once again, a little bit of solder right there, but I don't see any like massive signs of corrosion. I think mainly the leaky caps tend to stick up around the power. This is kind of a pain, but I think we can get the brush in there. Those bristles look like they're kind of making it underneath that connector. Again, there's not really too much to scrub off there because it looked okay. So now we got to move up the right side of the board. So we'll go 32 and 33, which are voila. And that looks a little corroded on the legs, maybe. Nah, maybe I'm just seeing stuff. Anyway, so we've got these guys right here. I think they're horizontal, right? No, they're vertical. Okay. And that would be these guys right there. Okay. I think we should be good now. It's kind of funky how this stuff doubles the way it does. Did I? What the hell is that? Did I pull a? No, I did not. Oh no. I did. I just ripped the pad for that. God dang it. Okay, well, let's see. So that was the actual pad that I needed. On the top of the board, though, we're okay. So I think if I can get solder in the top, we'll be fine. God dang it. Well, it's a good thing I noticed that. Well, thankfully, the tracer that's on the top of the board, and the via itself down here is, I mean, I might still have some metal around there, but I don't think I do, honestly. So it just seems like PCB substrate. Yeah. Oh, dang it. Not a huge deal, but still pain in the butt. Anyhow, let's get back to the work. It's these guys right here that I've got to hit. I'm basically going to be super extra gentle now after I've just destroyed a pad. But sometimes it's just kind of the nature of the beast. That glue wore out, or it was going anyway. Not using too crazy high temps or anything. But that is definitely needing manual work. So, manual work it is. Make sure this tip is nice and clean here. Not too bad there. I wonder if maybe I pulled it off when I pulled the leg out. Not too bad. I think we're gonna need one more little go at this one though. Okay, that looks to be okay. And then, oh man, we just got freaking cat hair coming from everywhere now. Where the heck did all this cat hair come from? Anyway, well, I guess my other switches are here. Nope, come on now. I might have to braid this one. Yeah, let's just get some braid on this one. Should take care of everything for me. Perfect. These should hopefully just kind of pop out now. Or not. Okay, got one of them out. Now let's. So we got these guys down here. And that guy needs just a little bit of love with the soldering iron. Maybe I should bend it back that way. Yeah, it's better. Now I can get to it from here and just straight pull them out. And I think this guy's kind of in the same boat, eh? Not. We'll see if we can't get the one leg up and then the other. Otherwise, that did not really go the way I wanted it to, but close enough for government work. Perfect. Got the one leg out, which is all I really needed. And then we can safely remove the second. And of course we'll follow this up with some solder braid to really clear this crap out. You really don't want to be leaving unleaded solder in the through holes because unleaded solder sucks. There's nothing good about it. Alright, that cleared out okay. This guy. Same. Perfect. All we really need. And then we're going to come just double inspect again. Still good. I got a little lifted, it looks like, maybe. Nah, it's fine. I mean, it's still attached. It just we're good. I mean, one of the whole reasons why you don't really want to wang on your capacitors too hard is you can separate the pad from the trace. So anyway, this cluster up next, right? 25, 27, and 28. Yes. So 25. This should be 27. And then this is, oh no, is this 28? Yeah, this is 28, and this is 27. Okay. So this cluster of 3. Vertical and 2 horizontal. So that's this guy and these two guys. Trying to use a little less solder this time. This guy's a pretty big lead though. That one's gonna be kind of fun. Ooh, this stuff's a little stinky, so might have some corrosion on these. Okay, that one came in okay. That's a little chunky in there still, but that one didn't come out too bad. Probably gonna need a little bit of work though. Those techniques. An initial suck to let it sit for a couple seconds and try again. That's actually working pretty good. I mean, that's definitely still attached, but honestly, I got most of that off. You know, they're still attached, but got most of it off with one go. It really does kind of feel like there isn't much holding these together, but it's definitely enough. Yeah, you can see how it kind of just filled up the hole again. Let's just go ahead and let's try this one again. What the heck happened up here too? Oof. That is not looking good. I just noticed this. Is that? I don't know what that is. Goo from the capacitors? Very well could be. Well, we're gonna clean everything up anyhow before. I usually wait as long as possible to do that because it's just a lot easier, a little less time consuming. Anyhow, let's get this reflooded here just at the touch, and then we'll see if maybe that's kind of all I really need. Okay, wonder if this will work now. Probably the same scenario, but that looks a little bit better. I still think it's like just a tiny little bit of solder holding it in, but it came out okay. Let's make sure it didn't ruin anything. That looks good. And then, come on now, getting stuff caught up here. Shouldn't be. No, this side. This right here. Yeah, we're looking okay. Okay, so now we've got to basically do the same thing for these guys. And you are right there. Thinking maybe just a manual sucker on these. this. Pull that off. So this guy's like attached to this side. So kind of want to try to get him more towards the middle. I'm thinking we might have gotten this one, but these are horizontal, so that could explain why. This guy might be free. Okay, we got one of them. The other one just needs to do a single leg treatment. Okay. Grab you. And then just little tap, tap, taparoo. Mango, bango, bongo. You are free. Clear that off the board. I'm going to do a nice little quick cleaning, but obviously those look okay. I'm going to grab some packages real fast. Absolutely hate it when people ship me consoles nothing but a bubble mailer. I hope this thing's okay. Oh, I lied. He wrapped it in a Ziploc bag as well, too, because that totally protects everything, but yeah, thankfully the screen on this one's not damaged. This one came with a absolutely mangled USB port. Do I get a SD card? I do not. But, you know, not in bad shape. And the other one, we're doing another Switch day tomorrow. I am an eBay addict, and I bought more Switches, even though I told myself no more effing Switches because I was done for a while. But I got some okay deals on some that I thought would have been a pretty easy fix. I think after I fried that board I was working on last week, it kind of pissed me off and I wanted to redeem myself. So I got 3 more to work on in various shapes. And they just, 2 of them just showed up today. Other one showed up on like Tuesday. And they've all got mainly slightly different problems with them. Oh, this one's way more beat up than I thought it was going to be. Is this one? This one may be unpatched, but I doubt it. Back shell's in pretty rough shape on this one, but missing a screw up top, shell's broken up top. Missing the SD card screw. Real quick, just because I'm curious on this one. I think I saw... that's not too promising. just give it a quick look, though. I'm too curious. I have to always take a look. Y'all can't really see what I'm doing here. Well, I'm going to let this one sit for a while. It's got a 15 volt and 0.08 amp. But I'm guessing it's dead. Yeah. 0 amp draw. This one I don't think I'm going to be able to fix, unfortunately. Usually these are a result of a dead CPU, but we will let it sit. Let's charge for a little bit here. Keep an eye on it. See if maybe we get lucky here. This is not going to be good for me. I know I'm going to end up fucking something up here. Hold on a minute. I'm like literally all over the place. Let's just do this. Yeah, see, it's telling me that nothing on it's charging. Alright, let's just do this, because this is all fucked up. There we go. If I do you under... Okay, so now I won't melt anything, but yeah, 15 volts, 0.08 amps on that switch. Generally points to bad CPU, but the battery just could be so shot that it's not enough to even give you the battery charging symbol. It's always a possibility. It's always a possibility, but it's been my experience that usually those scenarios are no fix. I'll keep my eye on it for a couple minutes here while I finish up this board, but I'm not going to be working on it today anyway. Alright, so let's get back to the business at hand here. We just pulled off all of these guys right here. Looking okay. I don't see any signs of corrosion. Okay, so basically got to just keep working up, and we're going to get to the capacitors right here, which is 16 and 58. So let's just flip you over, and that's just going to be these two right here on the edge. Looking good. Okay. Oh no. It went to sleep? Really? What the heck? Well, I guess I gotta wait for that to heat up. Okay, now it's probably still preheating, right? Nope. All right. Well, that one actually came back to life real quick. Usually it takes forever. Okay. Not too bad. Still probably connected a little bit. Yeah. Probably gonna need a little bit of work, but yeah. Just enough to hold on, huh? It's so annoying. It's like it gets like 99% of it. Of course, I can't freaking see anything because this focus is so weird. Can I just help a little bit now too? Yeah, see, you could just see how the middle of that's kind of still attached. Same thing, we're gonna just try to get the leg off the side there. Come in here and do the same. You do really kind of want to try to get things in the middle to avoid this scenario, but it's not always the easiest. Okay. Now, probably going to have to just redo this, but yeah. I'm thinking that maybe this will work. It's like just wanting to hold on, huh? Well, there's one. Okay. Single leg the other. Yeah. Single leg the other. That's got to go up this way. Okay. Grab my tweezers, not my X-Acto knife. And just tap, tap, taparoo. Bingo. Just the tiniest little tiny bit of solder can just kind of make your life a freaking pain in the ass. But those two are now removed. So once again, just a nice little quick clean. And after this, we only have a small cluster, and then we're going to get back to the one on the RF shielding. Just double check these down here, make sure I didn't completely destroy things, and I shouldn't have. I kind of lifted that one pad a little bit, but I'm not too concerned about that. Probably the ground plane if I was... Yeah, that's the ground plane, so honestly, not a huge deal, but this did come up a little bit. I'm not going to mess with that because there's no point. Same with this. Just as long as I've got enough to solder to, it'll be fine. And I can get the leg through that. Wonder if I need to turn the temp down a little bit on my desoldering station. So let's get this guy. Yeah, that's him. Let's try and maybe move to the middle this time, and then flood. Same thing with this. Right in the middle. hopefully that's looking good. Probably gotta just a little bit holding on there, but nope, we are good. Once again, just to make sure I don't ruin anything. And the top, a little bit of corrosion there. Yeah, I threw the cap away already, so I don't know which one's which, but it looks like we had a little bit of leakage on this one. See how that bit on the right there is kind of darker color than the rest. Yeah, she gone. Thankfully, again, it's not a hard thing for me to fix if I had to. It is the one joy of working on these retro boards is that they're pretty easy to repair if you rip a pad or a trace. Don't really have any BGA chips to worry about. I just want to know what all this goo is. Factory flux, maybe? Don't know. Well, we're going to have to give it a really good scrub. Anywho, up this last big cluster of caps. So that's these guys right here. So we've got vertical, horizontal, and these two big guys are going to be horizontal, right? Yeah. So that would be him, him, and him. I do believe. Wait, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's just all those, right? And we have 4 caps in there. We do. So just this whole cluster right here. Okay. Slightly burn myself there. Trying to manipulate that pin, but burning yourself during soldering is a kind of a rite of passage and a pretty common occurrence. Okay. And then last but not least, these two guys right here. Just need a nice little tiny blob of solder added. Okay. And okay. So hopefully we can get these up without too much fuss. I'm feeling these are going to need some manual work, but that's going to need some manual work. Probably that too. I think these are the last. too bad. Not too bad. One of which I know for a fact I have to come in and grab a couple of these manually. Like this guy up here is just never gonna. Before I make things a little bit more difficult than they need to be, let's clean that tip off. Okay. See, that's the issue that we're gonna have. Let's one more time. I might need to come in here with braid though. Yeah, that one's gonna need a little bit of braid. I might get lucky, and I might be able to kind of do the one leg trick on that one. Okay. Okay. And this guy. These all came out pretty easy, so that's a good sign. I think this is the one that I was thinking I needed a one leg. So let's just go ahead and do that, and then we'll clean up with some braid. Then I gotta go get the one underneath the RF shielding. And then we can solder on new guys, and then clean and call it a day. Well, clean and do a screen install, and then call it a day. Now, the cool thing about the screen install I'm going to do is it is a solder-free kit. I'm looking at the wrong side of the board here. So, which one was that I have to clean out? Yeah, there we go. I can see it now. So if for anyone out there wanting to, or who might have a functioning Lynx and just wants to do a nice screen install, you can do it without having to solder a dang thing. Okay, so this is just not one to, might have to flux this. See, it's just not. I could get, I'm pretty sure I could get myself through that with not a problem, but I just much rather, oh my God, where did all this freaking cat hair come from? Holy crap. Ladies and gentlemen, don't keep pets if you like being hair free, because holy shit. I'm going to miss her when she goes, but I'm telling you, I'm going to enjoy not having to deal with pet hair. I've raised cats my entire life, and I told myself when my current one goes, I am going to take a break. Much needed break. Okay, so this is going to be fun. Now this kind of is the shitty job. I really wish I had thicker solder braid for this. I think it might actually just be able to lift this side. Yeah, just make sure that it doesn't re-weld. Okay. And we might get lucky and kind of just be able to do the same down here. I was clearing it off, but I think this is the way, to be quite honest with you. Just kind of do this, and this, there we go. And then we'll, when we reattach, we'll use some fresh leaded. So now, up here, you can see that they've got this tape over the legs of the capacitor here, and that is to prevent it from shorting out in this copper shielding. So when you do this part, you got to remember to put this back, or you're probably going to be in a world of hurt. Now, what the heck is this? I got something weird right here. Okay, so you see this? I don't know what this is. Might end up just I have no idea what the heck that is, but that is definitely conductive, and I don't want it anywhere near what I'm about to do. So, both pieces of tape here got stuck together. Anyway, what I usually do is I try to set that aside, and then I reuse it, and as well as I do put some fresh Captain tape there. Now, the way I've been doing this in the past is, fortunately, I don't think there's a way to do this without deforming. Let's get some more light in here. That might help you see. Without deforming the copper a little bit. But again, it's just kind of like an RF shield. It just needs to kind of go back into place. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if you could completely remove it. It's fine, but I don't suggest that. It's there for a reason, essentially. Okay. So the crappy thing about this one is you can't do the one leg trick on it easily. You'd have to pull off the entire metal shielding. So this one I would just plan on using the manual method to finish it off. Okay, that's definitely going to need a manual solder sucker in there. We might get lucky. No, it does not feel like we are. I think one side is free. I'm going to try this. The heat from the bottom and with gripping it from the top, and it might be enough to let things go, but no. Let's just avoid ruining things here, and we're going to use our manual pump. And then we should be good to install everything. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do this. Might actually need to use braid on this. This is my least favorite capacitor of every one that I've got to do on the board. Let's make sure I got this tip nice and cleaned off so I'm not just re-adding solder to the... Okay, let's see if I got lucky that time. If I can get one leg free, which kind of feels like it is, might just be able to do this. If I could just heat this pad up. Yep, there we go. And she pops right out, and then I could just take some braid, clear up that hole right up top and here. Yeah, you can see how. That's just a test point right next to it, but oh, no. Fuck. Oh, no. Fuck. What was that? Was it just a mouse cable? Yes. Okay, it was just my mouse cable. Do I still have a mouse working? I do. Alright, I don't give a shit. I gotta get a better freaking solder iron holder for this gun. It's just, yeah, Yeah, I literally just melted the mouse cable to the thing. Cool. I've melted more shit with the soldering iron because it sticks up out of the holder. Okay, we should be okay with this. Let's just try. Might flip the board around, but it should work. Come on now. Let's just do it this way, like this. And alright, I know where I'm at right there. And once you see it start to glide, okay. Just a little, might need to add just a little bit of flux. But for the most part, we're fine. Okay. We are good there. Cool. So everything else should be surface mount. Okay. Let's get the kit put back together. What the fuck is an Atari Lynx? You don't know what an Atari Lynx is. That's not surprising. Most people don't know what an Atari Lynx is. The Atari Lynx is the first ever, world's first ever color handheld. Held. Developed by Atari in, I think, 1988, 89. Alrighty, let's grab that out. Like most Atari products there, Felchi was marketed very poorly. Also required a shit ton of batteries to work, 6, just like the Game Gear. And used a fluorescent tube for a backlight. And a shitty LCD screen, much like the rest of the handhelds at the time. Anyways, it's not very well known. They didn't sell very well. The very first edition of it was kind of uncomfortable to play on. And so they released a 2, and the 2 is basically the same thing as the first one, but much more compact. Okay. So now what we're doing is we're replacing all the capacitors here. So 41 and 39 should both be, 41's 470 and 39 is 100. 470, really? I guess that's one of the big ones, right? That's 100, which I do need. Like, are you a 470? Are you another 100? Are you 470? You're the 470. Okay. 470 and 100. Anyways, yeah, there's about like maybe 80 total pieces of software developed for it, so it doesn't have a very big library. It only sold for about 4 years or so. And unfortunately, like most consoles of the time, if you weren't Sega or Nintendo, you weren't going to sell anything. Alright, so this is the 470, and 470 is 41. So that would be this guy right here. But I can honestly say, Felchi, that I never knew single person who owned one of these, and I only ever knew one person. I wasn't really even really friends with him, but I just knew he had TurboGrafx. Which is not an Atari system. I never knew anybody who had a Jaguar. Tons of people who had 2600s, but Atari was pretty much dead by the time I was gaming, and we all thought Atari 2600 was kind of garbo, because it kind of is, but I guess if you're from a slightly different time, it was your system. Alright, let's see here. I just never enjoyed Atari. I never thought the games were any good, and I have no interest really in the system. I know there's a lot of nostalgia for folks for it, but it does not do a thing for me. However, I wanted one of these because I kind of like obscure stuff, and not too many people know what this is. And even though they're not really the most exciting games or anything like that, they're still pretty kind of cool. Like, I was poking through the library a little bit, and I have to say that, you know, for the time, they're pretty cool. Alright, so that actually kind of did make it through. Corrosion's kind of bad there, but we're good. We're good. Okay, so let's see what we got next here. We've got, looks like C23, and 23 is a 10 microfarad. I think these my 10s right here. Yes, 35 volt 10s. So these are my 10s. Okay, so positive on this one's at the bottom, I do believe. No. It is at the top. And for those not familiar with electrolytics, they are polarized, and the longer leg is your positive side, and the smaller leg is the negative. And the silkscreen on the board should tell you which side is which, but if not, their Console 5's wiki has a wonderful map that will absolutely tell you which direction they should put them in. Okay, and then down here, slightly off frame, but no matter. I hope your weekend is going good, Filch. My vacation started, well, I guess technically yesterday, but I did have to work, so really my first day of vacation is today. Okay, so now we are looking at 47 and 37. 47 is a 1 microfarad, and 37 is also a 1 microfarad. I do believe my ones are in the bag. Pretty sure it's these guys right here. 50 volts, 1. And last but not least, you should also be a 50-volt one. Come on, where are you? There you go, 50-volt one. Okay, so there we go. Let us get you located in the board correctly. I think I... 47 and 37. So we got to put the longer leg in the positive hole, shorter leg in the negative hole. Same thing here. Okay. A little bit of solder. That's looking better. Okay. Looking good. So then I'm just using a pair of some flush cuts here to snip off the leads, the rest of the leads, so that they're... It's hard for you to see because they're vertical, but just snip them as close to the solder blob as you can. It's okay if you take a little solder with you, but that should leave your connections nice and flush. If I flip it over, take a look up here. Yeah, negative. And I got all that right, so that's good. Now we move to C11. C11 looked like it was a little funky here, huh? Now, is this the one that I ruined the pad on the one side? I think it is. Or not. No, that's intact. Which one was that I ruined? Oh, it's over on the other side. C14 is the one that I ruined. And thankfully that one was ground too, so if I just need to scratch out a little ground plane or whatever, I can do that. But C11 is a 10 microfarad, so the 10 microfarad should be this guy. Okay, and then 10 microfarad. Shit. I think, if I remember right, it should be positive top, but I'm going to actually have to verify because unfortunately with this one, the marking is on the it's underneath the shield, so I can't really see. So let's take a look here. My cat map, and C11 is negative on the southern side of the board. And do I have that? I do. I do. Okay. Perfect. Perfect. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Oh, yeah. I know you already have it. I don't know if you saw, Felch. They put Dark Souls 3 on sale for the Steam Summer Sale. It's pretty rare that you see From stuff go on sale. So you got people who want to buy it. It's cheaper now. All right. So let's see here. 32 and 33. Do I have? I think that's right. Yeah, 32 and 33 are there. Oh, I am missing one. So 14, I do believe, is going to have. So 14 is a 47 microfarad. Which ones are those? I think they're these guys right here. .47 microfarad, 6.3. 47.63, and you are 14, and 14 is a 47.63. Okay, we are good. We have the correct part. Now I do want to take a look at the map here. 14 is negative to the east. So I was wrong. So push that on through. Do it this way and this way. Now. Okay, so this is going to be the fun one. I might have to do some fun soldering here, but I think I can possibly just let it flow through the hole. So we got that there. Now this guy won't take solder on this side, but if I do this right, it should grab up to the top. Now, let's take a look. We might need to... Nope, we're good. Let's just show what I'm talking about here. Yeah, you can see how the solder flowed through the bottom to the top like it should. Made a good connection. So, while we did rip the pad on the bottom, since this pad isn't actually tied to anything, you can see like it does look like it is. I wonder if that is a ground. I think it's the, is that the ground? Okay, so what we're gonna do is this. If I need to solder this leg to this connection, I don't have a, I'd have to look at the schematics, but I'm not sure if this guy, right, so that's a ground, but see, he's not. So it's not being shared anywhere. Okay, I think we're okay. I'm gonna call that good. If I have an issue, then I know exactly where to look. But so you can see how. Well, maybe not. Maybe not. Because you'd see a track in between. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave that be. I'm just gonna call that good. You know, if I've got issues, then I know the rip pad is the first place to start looking. But considering what this is doing and the fact that I got good solder there, and then I mean, it's just the power side of the board, and I think that's a ground, so yeah, that would make sense to not be connected. Okay, I think we're good. We're just gonna call that good. Okay, you bought 3 $5 games so far. Playing one as you watch. Thinking about getting Sons of the Forest. I am too. Would you play it with me? Because I don't know if I'd enjoy that one solo. I know Mr. Nippel has also expressed interest in Sons of the Forest. I would be willing to buy that one if you guys are wanting to play it. If you got some time tonight, I'd be happy to hop on and try it. I think it's going to be kind of a light weekend for gaming. These are 2.2s now. I think that's what these are right here. Yeah. But that one was like on my list for the longest time because I liked the forest. I thought the forest was pretty neat. And I was really looking forward to Sons of the Forest, and then like it released, and I wasn't too happy the fact that it was, we waited so effing long for it, and then when they finally did release it, it still was kind of like beta, and that kind of, I don't know, that kind of drives me little bonkers. I mean, I don't disagree. And again, if we got people willing to play it, I will buy it and get it downloading right now because it'll take forever for me. But let me just double check on this. Negative, positive. So I should just look at my list here. Neat, just neat. So, alright, so that's 33 and 32 should be negative and then negative. Okay, we're good there. But yeah, I'd totally 100% play the shit out of that game. I know that I do remember when it first came out, all the bugs with whatever your AI companion was pretty funny. But the game itself looks pretty good. And I enjoyed the forest, so I'd imagine I'd enjoy this to a degree. I heard this one's supposed to be a lot easier than the forest was, but either or. I don't really care about difficulty too much. I just want to have a good game that's fun to play. That's really kind of all that matters. If I get some laughs out of it and enjoy myself, that's all I really care about. I'm just tired of paying a lot of money for software that doesn't work or software that doesn't do what they claim it's supposed to do. Which I don't think anyone's really said about this game, so they got that going for them. Let's screw that pad up. No. That is the one I already, yeah, I did screw that one up, but anyway. So now we have C27 and the C28 and 25. 25, 27, 28 are all 10 microfarad. That's what these guys are. But yeah, if you want to get Nipple on the horn and see if he's on board, and you got me and you, and that's 3. Which I think is a pretty good number for this game. I mean, I'm sure 4 might make things a little bit easier, but I don't think it's going to be a huge difference either way. Alright, so both of these are positive on the west side. No, I don't want to drop you. Just trying to separate the lead a little bit here because it's got squished together. There we go. Now you are in place. Alright, let's get the spaghetti soldered. And then there's these last two right here. That did not work. There we go. Okay, that should be fine. But yeah, let me know, man. I mean, shit. If you want to play tonight, I have nothing on deck. I was just probably gonna sit in Counter-Strike surf lobbies again and be bored. There's all of 2 people who signed on last night to Discord. Because, you know, everybody's enjoying their 4th of July holiday, I'm assuming. You know, Doc is out in Wisconsin, and Dan's fishing, and Frank being Frank. Probably just watching movies last night. Okay. So now we get to move up top here. We've got these guys, and this is 61 or 16 and 58, and they should be the same. 1 microfarad, 1 microfarad. I do believe those are the last 2 little ones in this bag. Boop and boop. And you guys, not big boys for later. We'll look at you. And you say 50 volt, 1 microfarad. Alrighty. Okay, and then we both had the positive. Ooh, shit. There we go. Okay. So both of these are negative on the left, and we have negative on the left. So let's just go ahead and get you soldered in. Yeah, this is the one where I kind of, sort of mangled this pad a little bit, but we should just kind of be able to rebuild it with solder, to be quite honest. Yep, see? Perfect. It's a little disconnected, but for the most part, we're okay. Okay. Poor Kaz. Desperate for attention today for some reason. All right, all right, all right. Paid enough attention to her. Back to the job at hand here. Now we should only have a very small amount left to do. 3, 5, 6 left. And I see 1, 2. What the heck? Did I miss some on the other side? Oh, that's right. I got the one to do. So that's 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, cool. We are good. So 60. 60 is... Yeah, well, you know, most of us are competitive shooter guys at heart, and I'm totally with you, Felchi. I love me a good single player game. I enjoyed the shit out of Atomic Heart. In fact, I still actually have to go back and beat that. I'm on like literally the last boss fight. 60 is a 47.63, and it's it was so hard. And you know, just like BioShock, it's just one of those games where you literally just throw yourself against the wall for hours until you finally make enough progress to beat it. And that last fight was so tough. And I didn't make things easier on myself either, but man, that was a great game, and I got to get back to it. But I've got a whole bunch of single player games that I play in my off time. I love single player games. I don't know, this obsession with multiplayer only stuff is so, I don't know. It's boring. I get that people want to play games together, and I totally understand that, but there's so many wonderful games out there that get ignored that are single player and that shouldn't. Overwatch is good fun though, and yeah, it is. It is kind of a weird shooter in that it's not really like a traditional shooter, and you don't have to be amazing with your aim to be decent at it. And usually when I played Overwatch, I was a tank class because it made the most sense to me because C19 is a 47, which is one of these guys again, right? Yep. But I played, I think the character that Nipple plays was a big diva player. And then 19 is going to be like this. I am still... Oh, wait, no, I'm not. I've been meaning to get back to The Last of Us. I I started playing that one and I got decently far in it. Well, I guess I'm still in Boston, but for the time that I put into it anyway, I think I got made some pretty good progress, and then just stopped playing it. But I have a whole week off. But I think I'm gonna play Zelda this week, at least during the day. Now let's see here. 21, 62. Uh-oh. Did I screw that up? Let me look at my map here. Alright, so top cap is 19, 53, 64, and 21. So let's do 53 first. And 53 is a 47. My microfarad, which I think is the last of this guy. Now these are 10 microfarad. This guy? This guy, it's gotta be this guy. Yeah. Yeah, 47. Okay, so this is the last 47, and those two big guys are gonna be the last up here, and then the last tiny one I got is gonna go in the shielding. So 21 is positive on the in the east. Did I leave a... Huh. I must have broke the leg off in that hole. Shit. Okay. And that would be this guy. It does appear that I have done that. I don't know. Gotta be careful here, because I look like I just kind of scrunched up the pad a little bit there. Shit. What can I do? Wonder if I can get a little bit of braid in there or something. Maybe we can cause it to fall out. That's this guy right here. The other thing I could do is just use the solder sucker. I don't think that really did anything for me. We'll look anyway. No. I'm wondering, maybe I can just come in, do it this way, and just maybe kind of force it through. Trying to be a little gentle here. All right, now on the other side. I think we're good. No? Is it that side that I was looking at? Well, maybe that's the whole problem that I was having then. Okay. Let's see if we can get through now. Okay, we're good now. Oh no, don't tell me I just broke that ferrite bead. Well, we're gonna have to look at that. Well, that's an inductor actually, not a ferrite bead. Looks okay. Yeah. Okay. This guy got a little mangled, but that's fine. He's still got a lot of pad to work with. And as always, it'll just flow through the other side too anyhow, so should be good. Nipple is down. Okay. Okay. What time you guys thinking? Just so I can make sure to get the game going. I don't know if I want to start it now while I'm streaming, but okay. And then These two guys are going to be the same value as my guess. They're both going to be the like 220s, I think these are. Yeah, 220s. And that would be hearts 63 and 62, which are not what I need. 64. Uh-oh. Did I screw up? I thought these were the same value. What values are we looking at here? 64 and 53. Oh, shit. Uh-oh. I screwed up. Didn't I? God dang it. Oh, Lord. Please be right here. Okay, so you're 220, and then you are... Fuck. 220. I fucked up. Fuck. C19. 47. 53 is a 47. C21 is a 220. God dang it. I screwed up. Alright, so C21's got to get undone. Hopefully I'll be able to solder that in okay, but I think I might actually have some replacements. Okay, well, I'll get it downloaded. I just want to know if you had an idea what time. But we'll work it out. So I got to let this heat back up again now. Why does this not want to come out of sleep mode? Come on, man. Let it sit for a bit. Let those capacitors drain. Yeah. I know all about Kingsfield, and I do remember you talking about it. Yeah, this switch is dead. There's no way in hell this thing's coming back to life, is there? either this battery is dead or, from what I can gather, this switch is just going to be DOA. Because if I completely power it down, it goes to 0 amps charging. Which is what I think is happening. Yep. Yeah, I've had this thing on for an hour and it hasn't gone above 0.08. So that means that something is not right with the hardware. So I don't think I'm going to be able to fix this one. Okay. More parts for the... Yeah. Yeah, FromSoft games are kind of like that for sure. They 100% don't really care about you as a player. They just want to make your life miserable. There we go. Okay, so I screwed up, guys, and I need to pull off C21 because that's going where right below where C62 is, or C53. Yeah, C53. Maybe this will come off a little bit easier compared to the other one since it's completely cleaned and all leaded. Doesn't look to be the case though. Okay, so I'm not sure. I gotta be careful because I can't really ruin this. All right, so let's just go ahead and use the manual pump here. About to start a game called Lunacid, which is supposedly based off that aesthetic. Have you tried Mordhau? I mean, I don't think it's gonna be like Kingsfield, but it's got some pretty interesting concepts. It's more combat based though. I think it's kind of, oh fuck, I just lifted that pad. God damn it. Come on. Cooperate for me, please. Nope. Of course not. Really kind of nervous about this one on the right here because I'm pretty sure I lifted this. And it's like being held on by hope and a prayer right now. Yeah, I definitely did. I 100% definitely did. Yep, it's gone. She's dead, Jim. Basically just trying to see if I can maybe... Son of a bitch, man. Why? This is the first board that I've made this type of mistake on, so... And I don't have a replacement for it, because... Of course they don't give you any spares. In case you screw up like I just screwed up. And that is this side, which is the positive side. Top is still attached. wondering if maybe we can get away with this. I don't think so. I think we're kind of going to be screwed here, to be quite honest. Oh, I don't know why I do this hobby. I'm terrible at it. I also lifted that pad as well. Sensitive little frickin' buggers, aren't they? Okay, I got one through. Did I screw it up though? No, that side's okay. Alright, so now I should be able to one-leg trick this guy. And hopefully we can save it. But I think I ripped the pad off the top as well. Yay! I fucking ruined the board. Hello, that's fucking great. Amazing. Cool. Yep. She's gone. Okay, well, let's see what we can do here. Let's clean it up and then see what the real damage is, but that is gone. That is gone. Now the cool thing is the trace is right there, so I should be able to do something here. It's gonna be a little tricky because okay, let's see what we got. Well, no, not gonna be lucky. Bet you if I was not so violent, I probably could have saved it. But that is definitely beyond saving now, I think. We might get lucky. Okay. There is a shot at saving that. So everything is still attached, so all is not lost, and that is 21, and 21 is definitely 220. Positive on the right. Pray for me, folks. I mean, it's really not a huge deal either way, but I think we're going to be able to save it if I'm just gentle enough here. I think we actually even have pad on the other side too, somewhat. I might just have gotten severely lucky. It's not the greatest, but oh, did I rip off that pad too? Yeah, fuck me, dude. I really knackered this board, huh? Just kind of hoping it goes to the other side. If it doesn't, we're going screwed. Okay, let's see what happened here. Yep, there's the pad on one of the legs that I ripped through. Alright, we need to get you back into a manual mode here. No. Oh. I got it on the one side. That side's going to need some love. We did get it to potentially work through right there. Barely. But we're going to have some fun. Might switch this up. Let's not my favorite thing in the world to do here, but I'm not going to be able to clean this flux off in the end, but hoping that did it though. It's not the greatest soldering job in the world, but it might just be enough. You know what we could do? Alright, bud. Yeah, I've got the game downloading right now, so hopefully we can just link up later and play some games. Of course, I've got no room to put this thing. Come on. Really wanna. Okay. God dang it, Justin. How I managed to do this, but I did. Okay, so I think I can fill the gap in here with this one aside at least, and I think the other side. I mean, if I have to pull this out and redo it, I just have to pull it out and redo it, but there we go. That's soldered. You can see the pad right there from my mistake. Alright, so now, kind of need to do this a little bit. I don't want to wang on things too hard. Now the problem is that this gap is so okay, well, I'm not sure, but I do know that if it don't work, I know where to look. One of two places. I mean, the shitty thing here is that if I have to repair this trace, I'm literally gonna have to pull off the other cap too, because see, that's the line right there. I'm trying to figure out where that goes. Okay, so maybe I can test this little IC. So we've got, come on, fucking focus. All right, let's do this so I don't go crazy. So I think followed this right. I think it goes to this leg right here. Maybe. Had to pull out the capacitor leg there. All right, we're good. Well, I mean, we're as good as we're gonna get. We did manage to get a good chunk of solder through the hole, so just one more go here. Okay, and take another look. Don't really trust it. But the good thing is if I need to jump it, it's not too hard to jump because I can just literally hook into that that IC right there and just run a jumper wire to a capacitor leg. So it's not all doom and gloom. It's just disappointing. I don't really lift pads like I've been lifting pads, but you know, I mean, I don't know. Maybe gotta revise some methodologies or something, because okay, so now the last guy is this guy. Oh, I got this one more up here to do. That's right. One more. Two more? Oh, yeah. Shit. No. I forgot I needed that capacitor, and I think I just threw it away. No. Why am I such an idiot? They all look the same, too. Son of a bitch, man. I'm so dumb. I'm, like, literally about to shut my stream down and call it a fucking day. I might get lucky. Oh, thank God. 4710 is what I needed. Let's see here. What were you? Might be fine, honestly. So let's see what you were. 53, I think, is what's missing. 5364. 53 is 47.6.3, and I should have a 4710 right here. Not the nicest capacitor, but 4710. All right, we're good. Okay, thank God I've got bought a box of electrolytics a long time ago. It just pretty much had all of the commonly used values, or some of the commonly used values. And thankfully, 47 microfarad is pretty common. Alright, so this one I think is going to be just like this, but we're going to double check on my map. So we should, both those should be negative to the west, and I have negative to the west on both. Cool. Alright, last two. God dang, what a struggle this has been, and it shouldn't have been. Promise you, this is such an easy job. I don't know why those pads lifted on me, but they did. I'm not using the right tip for this either, but it'll work. Okay. And then over here we got this guy. I think he should be my last. Let's just get you a little bit more solder. Perfect. All right. 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. All right, we're good on that. And then we got the metal shielding one to do, and then call it an effing day. Gotta redo the power system. And also do this, because this is driving me nuts now. Alright. Okay, and then the one in the shield has the negative side facing west. Okay. And this is the I hate doing this. This is my least favorite capacitor. I always struggle getting the one side in. Just like I am now. Probably gonna do that one first. Well, I can't remember if I tried it and found it was easier for me to trim the leads. Okay. Perfect. Okay, there we go. I'll lift that one slightly too. I mean, Jesus, holy shit, this thing just did not want to hold on to its pads. I guess maybe I should have been using a lower temp, but I don't know. I don't really ever see 400 degrees Celsius as being crazy high, but I could be wrong. It does kind of feel like the temp that most folks use, but okay. Fortunately, I really won't be able to look at the other side there. Now, if you remember from before, this is a spot that had a little bit of tape on it. And that little bit of tape go? Like this. I mean, I'm already capped it on this anyway, so I think it went like. Oh, maybe it did go like this. I mean, this doesn't really matter. All just extra protection. So we're gonna stick that like that. Just need to cover the spots where the legs poke through, and that should cover that. Okay, and then we're just going to take a little bit of fresh Captain tape. Again, this probably is unnecessary, but there's nothing wrong about having a little bit of extra protection, right? And just peel some off, snip. Grab you, and then we're just gonna basically come in here and just make sure it's held down in place, just like so. Shouldn't see anything exposed. We're good. And that means we can get our other tip back on. Okay. Alright, so I'm definitely going to have to use some tweezers with this, because otherwise I will burn the living crap out of my fingers. All we really want to do is just kind of tack this in place for now. The same thing with these sides down here. Just kind of flow the solder over the copper. Perfect. All right. Good to go. Don't even need to really bother with that anymore. Now we're just going to give the board a good scrub, clean up all the areas that I soldered in. And then we'll definitely just knock over all my batteries. I'm literally just... Oh. My Steam Deck's no longer working. That's cool. Why is my Steam Deck no longer working? I don't know. Come on. It just literally just stopped working. Okay, we're back. Are you working again? Hey, there we go. It just decided it wanted to die on me. Alright. So it's been a day. It's just been one of those days where nothing really wants to work in my favor. Which, to be fair, is most days. Let's make a little room here. Okay. So those are the last two legs that I had. That's cooled off. Let that go in there now. Okay, so I know I did that, but oh, that's right, because I needed a scrub. So I basically got to clean this now. And then we're going to do the power system, and then hope to God everything still works, because it's been one of those days, and now I'm really kind of doubting that it will. You know, you just have little things just keep adding up, and I haven't had a, well, I guess when I worked on that switchboard it was the same thing. Just had a day where literally everything I did was just wrong. My luck has generally never been the greatest, but usually when it comes to this shit, you don't need luck, you just need to be intelligent. And even if you're intelligent, you can still screw crap up. What the heck? Well, it's a good thing I noticed that. Let's clip that off. Guess I didn't flush cut very well on one side. Where'd my foot? Oh, there. All right. Now that we've got that cleaned off, let's get you back under the microscope here real quick. Oh, my microscope decided it's going to die. So that's cool. I wonder how long y'all have been staring at that. Alright, so this decided. Okay, so now it's working. Somewhat. I wonder what the heck happened. Just technology, I guess. No, I just wanted to see how badly I effed things up over here. I mean, yeah, all those pads are 100% gone, but thankfully, looking at things on this side, I got solder up there. And then when it comes to this, can I maybe focus it some? Okay, barely, but yeah. I'm thinking we got lucky here. We didn't get lucky. Alright, so there's that, and then okay. So we got lucky. We got lucky. We're just gonna have to hope that that's gonna be good enough to stay there. All right, so next up we got to do the power system here. And the power system composes of a couple of small parts: Zener diode, a MOSFET, 2 transistors. And they're located right there, D13, Q8, Q7, and then Q12. So what I've been doing, I think this time I'm actually going to use some hot air on the transistors. Because last time I did this job, unfortunately, pulled the pad off the transistor. This time, what I want to do is just use a little bit of hot air. And a very fine tip. As fine as I can get it, because we're going to do it from this side, I think. We've got some plastic in the area that I got to be careful of. But I think we could make this work. And I might just, for grins, cover up that plastic. Oh, and the DC jack I got to pull off as well. But I'm thinking what we're going to do now is just a little bit of leaded solder here. That should hopefully make this go a little bit quicker. Okay, that guy I definitely don't have a problem doing with the soldering iron. And I could literally just come here like this. Taparoo, and you're pulled. It's D13, and nice and quick. Nice and quick. Now, we do have this MOSFET right here. And this guy is going to be the same kind of issue. I think we're going to flood with some fresh leaded. Maybe we just use the heat on this one too. That went pretty quick. This is a bigger IC, so it's slightly more of a pain in the butt, but I think I could do the same now. It's a little sensitive with the capacitors and that inductor right there, but big old ground pad too, huh? But I think we can actually just clean that up now, and then solder on some, or put on some fresh solder, rather. Let's see, we might just be able to kind of just finally fully saturate this braid. It's reaching its end of life anyhow. So let's just go ahead and see what we can suck up with it. Probably take a couple of passes to get all of it. It's a lot of solder on this ground pad right here. And this is not the really not the right braid for this job, to be quite honest, but I don't have anything really thicker, unfortunately. And right now the problem is going to be it just gets clogged up instantly because of how thick that solder is. She did. Alright, well, it's been a wonderful lesson on what not to do with these things today, let me tell you. We've had a lot of fun. Boy, whatever this stuff is not very cooperative with me, is it? No, it might be just the point where I've got up, I'm going to get up, but I can still see some of that little peak. So sometimes a little bit of flux does kind of help the solder flow to the braid. Yeah, much better. I really just wanted to get things nice and flat. And then I'm going to scrub off those two little pads below. Then we'll clean the board up, and then, well, I guess I should probably go get those transistor and the diode pad as well. But this is the same thing, just there we go. That's good. That should be good. A little bit of solder on their ground pad's not a big deal. Let's just, I guess. Let's just clean all this crap up while we're here. It's nice and okay. Looking good there. And then same thing, just keep trimming this because it's kind of excess solder in the area. I wonder if that's from what I just did. These pads don't really look like they should have a lot. And last but not least, we got this guy, and then we got to go pull out the power jack, and that's actually a pretty easy job. Again, you're not scrubbing, just all right. And the power jack is on the other side of the board here, and then the trick with this guy actually is if you've got a broad enough tip, you can kind of just heat all the pads up at once, and it'll fall out on its own. He's got these three right here. So what I've been doing is I've just been basically flooding with fresh, as usual. Always try to flood with some fresh solder, because wet's easier, stays wet longer, and then basically just kind of wiggle it through, and it should just kind of fall on out right there. Plop, gone. Then all you gotta do, get your handy dandy solder braid again. might need to go to the other side. And we'll add a little flux as well here. Sometimes it does help. I think if I remember right, I did actually end up having to kind of do it from both sides, but sometimes the flux is really all you need. I think it's getting to be kind of burning the crap out of myself right now, but it's yeah, you can see. There we go. There we go. Oh, nope, nope. Just some fresh copper on you. This one we might need to go do from the other side. He is not cooperating. See, that's just that one little pain in the butt. So let's just go ahead and probably should have used some fresh flux, but actually, you know what the issue is? Let's do this. Actually, you know what we're going to do from this side. I like it from backside's a little bit easier to deal with, to be quite honest. I think that's just some unleaded, and so the best thing to do in this scenario is kind of just reflood it, and hopefully it'll suck out just fine with the other stuff. I might need to clip this braid too, but yeah, braid's a little clogged up. A lot of solder, so let's just clip that off. Add a little bit more flex flush because I'm trying, really don't want to be lifting this pad. Not a huge deal, but just don't make more work for myself than I have to. All right, there we go. Now we are good to go. Now we are good to go. Just get rid of some of this crap real quick. And I'm going to figure out my plan of attack for the transistors. I think first things first, we'll just get the power jack installed, because that's the easy low-hanging fruit, and then the MOSFET as well. Okay. Grab my power kit, if I can figure out what I stuck it right here. Okay. Okay, so first things first, let's get a power jack going. A 3-pin connection slides right through. Real easy through-hole soldering. Okay. And the nice thing is that it should lie nice and flat for you. And then just throw a little bit more flux. And just tack one of the legs in. You know, just grab a little bit of solder on the tip of your iron. And then just kind of tap one of the legs. And that should hold things right into place for you. And then you can properly solder things, and then get the opposite side first. Cool. So this guy and this guy. A little bit more there. A little bit more there. A little bit more there. Nice and good. A little out of focus because it's just how it is. Just keep knocking parts over. Yeah, like I said, I've got to That's actually, I'm on vacation this week, and that is literally like one of my goals. Is I'm going to be not really tearing down the bench, but I'm going to be cleaning the bench up, reorganizing it, seeing if I can once again get a better workflow. Because as I keep adding things, it just keeps getting more and more cramped again. So it's like, the good thing is you know what didn't work, so then you could go and focus on stuff that does work. And what I'd really like to do is actually get my monitors up on monitor arms and off the table. I just wish my Aten had more of a hose for the air tube. It's like 2 feet long, and I really think it should be longer, but there's nothing I can do about that apparently. That I know of, and I might be able to find some sort of extension, maybe. Maybe? I don't know. I don't think so. I think I've seen one myself, but it is the more annoying aspect of the Aten, is I feel like the air hose is quite tiny. Okay, so, I'm wondering... kind of wondering if I flow the MOSFET on, or if I hand solder it, or do I do both? Might do both, but uh-oh. Why do I have an LED right there? That doesn't seem right. Did I? No, I didn't. Definitely not. Must be from a Game Boy. Anyway, cool thing about these parts is there's only one way they can go, so it's pretty easy to get them on. Alright, so we can see it's a bit of a... maybe that's what we do. Maybe so you can see how that... see if maybe I can get the solder to kind of wet a little bit more. And then okay, it's feeling good. Definitely does feel soldered. So I think now I can just come in and tap these legs with an iron. And that should really complete the job. Good? Good? Kind of like a little difficult in here, but thinking that should kind of do it. Yeah. Yeah. We're good. And then, now, do I do the same? So let's see here. So we've got Zenners. And I'm thinking I could just do the same thing with the hot air. Okay, so this goes like this. Do I need to add some more solder to that? I'm thinking no, but maybe yes. Let's this. Grab that end. Okay. Looks good. Can't really say it's not soldered. And then our two little transistors. Okay. Two transistors. And basically, I think this is how it goes, like so. Okay. We got you. So we're going to do the same thing. We're just going to kind of get you into place here. If I got to come in here and tap it with the soldering iron, a little bit of solder, that's kind of fine. Okay. And then I think with the next one, it's just basically the same but opposite sides. So I'll get you on the board. Grab you down here like so. See that bottom transistor moves slightly, but not much. So now what I think I'm going to do, swap tips again. I'll go back to the really thin one I've got. This will let me kind of do a little bit more precision soldering. This is probably not too necessary, but I don't even know. Do I want to even bother? I think I should. The problem with the Lynx is the power system is not very robust, and if you screw up on the power system, it will send too high of a voltage to very, very sensitive components. Now, if you remember, I was talking about how the other one, the CPU, is kind of fried on it, and that's probably what happened, unfortunately. Let's just get a little bit more solder on this tip here for that last one. Because when I originally got that board in, it was a no power. So I recapped it, and then after recapping, power came back, but then it was no audio, no game load. No audio, no game load generally points to the Hayato chip, which on a Lynx is essentially the CPU in a sense. Oh, Lord. Okay. So we see what I just did there. I was wrong. Definitely need to add some solder to those pads, and then it'll go on just fine. So let's clean the boards from alcohol real quick. Just warm air, 115 degrees C. Really can't melt any plastic or desolder or anything, but it will evaporate that alcohol for you. Okay, and so now we're gonna flux and solder, and then we'll be fine. After this point, we'll when I reattach the diode, I'll have way more solder than I need now. So I'll do this again. Black stripe to the metal shielding. Get you in view here. So basically, that's where I'm going to need you to be, is right there. To hook you up at 420 degrees Celsius. Okay. If that's not soldered, I don't know what is, because, well, I guess I could actually do that a little bit better. It's soldered, it's just not flush with the board, really. And so we can do that better. Wonder if maybe. Look at that. That felt like it kind of went flat with the board. It's a little. We're good though. I think all I'm really gonna do here is a little taparoo with the soldering iron with some fresh solder on it, and that'll kind of just cover the end caps. And again, this is probably pretty unnecessary. There we go. We're good. We're gonna call that good. I'm not gonna even bother to do the other side. Looks good to me. Okay, good. MOSFET looks fine. So I think what we're going to do now is we're going to put it back into the original housing with the original screen. Just because I know I just want to test it first before I go crazy here and introduce more variables. It should still work. I'm going to have to go. Okay. All right, so step that off to the side, and then we'll get you assembled. Oh man, why does my my stream just keeps freaking out, and I don't know what's going on here. I guess I'm gonna have to. Okay, there we go. I don't know what's going on with OBS, but that's the second time I've had to really monkey with things here. Now, what did he? I think he was saying come like this and then like this. I was watching the install guide for the Retro 6 screen that we're about to put in this thing, and he had kind of a interesting way to ensure that the screen got installed right, but honestly that's a pain in the ass. I mean, I know this isn't much better. What he was trying to say was, if you got it into a certain spot, then all you had to do was plug the cables in and flip the board down, which the way they have these cables go, there's these two plastic posts on either side here, and unfortunately they're a major pain in the ass to deal with. Okay, so I got that going. Can we get you plugged in? I don't think so. I think, yeah, like, it only worked for him because he was installing a screen rod, so. Okay. Then it should just slide in. You know, on the whole, they're pretty easy consoles to tear apart and work on, for the most part. Okay. I just don't like how that ribbon cable looks, honestly. Now, battery tray here. If y'all remember, basically we're going to just verify that the console boots, and then I'm going to take the motherboard and stick it in the other one that I've got, and we'll do the screen swap on that one. There we go. That's kind of an easy way to do it. Now I've got to figure out what I did with my screws right here. Okay. Just need the black one. Now there's other ways to power this. I just don't feel like mucking with it right now. Solder some wires to the big metal shield and then wire to a specific component. And that should let you power from PSU. If I just do this though, let me get the game card inserted. It should be enough to hold things together for me, hopefully. No, maybe not. What am I struggling with here? Did I have a screw or something get caught? Capacitors are fine. The board doesn't want to lie flat like they normally do. Oh. Could be the power jack. Could be a capacitor. Yeah, it's normally everything just kind of snaps into place, but there is something that is not happy about right now. Something on the bottom of the board. There we go. The only reason I'm getting this being so anal about this shell is because if you're not careful, you'll shock the ever-living shit out of yourself. Yep, and see, everything just snaps in. And I should be able to hold it shut with the game drive. Then we'll grab some batteries real fast. Not the nicest battery tray design, not the worst. I kind of like the Game Gears, honestly. They got it right. With 2 separate compartments. It's a little bit easier. This is innovative, though. Okay. Cross your fingers. Powers up. Retro HQ screen. Okay, we'll just play. Alright. Takes a second to load the game. It's hard for y'all to see, but she working. Okay. Good deal. So, all my bumbling and fumbling, I didn't completely F things up. I got that going for us, huh? You know, all said and done, if this board ever fails, Hayato's still good on it, so if I ever can't find a replacement, nowhere to go. Can I think I need to pull. Well, to avoid breaking anything, I'm just going to unscrew the battery tray here. Alright, there we go. Always try to make things harder on myself than they need to be. Okay, let's get those wires unplugged. Get the button ribbon pulled out. Serial number, huh? Alright. Good deal. So you are going to be my replacement. That way. Then we'll go grab the other one. Okay, so we got this guy. Now we gotta go find the actual screen mod, which should. That's console 5. Is it Genesis recap yet? I think so. PS4 gimbals. That looks to be like a Game Boy screen. Okay, well, I've officially lost the Lynx mod. It's not lost, it's just not with the other stuff. because this one came straight from the UK. So let's see what we got here. So the kit gives you everything that you need. In the kit, you get a screen. You get some new ribbon cables. Right? You get the LCD driver board, and then you get a 3D printed bracket that holds the screen. So let us just take this guy apart here. Okay, got you. Okay. There's the rear cover. Battery tray. Battery cover. Those are all nice and together. And this poor main board is I always try to get this one with my fingernail and it never works. So this main board, unfortunately, is the non-functional one. So we'll shove that off to the side here. Now the thing is with this, now we got to pull the screen out. Now the nice thing about all these Lynxes is that there's Phillips head screws holding things in. And the cool thing about this one is they actually use the ribbon cable, whereas the Game Gears direct soldered the ribbon to the logic board, so good luck repairing it if the LCD died. Okay, so that is the screen. That is actually a working Lynx II screen, so now what we got to do is we take our 3D bracket and our screen here. If I had gloves, I'd go put gloves on, because when you're working with your screens, you got to be really careful that you don't get your fingerprints all over. Now I think there should be, hopefully, I can see it now, is there should be a, yeah, there is. There's protective plastic on it. Dude, really? Okay, just rip the bag. Everything kept caught on the bag. Okay, so there is a nice protective screen now. Oh, well, it looks like he pre-taped these, so we don't have to do that step. Neat. Well, before, this bezel around here was silver, and does it go like, should go like this, right? Yeah. So we slide the screen in like this. Make sure to. So the cool thing is he's got this, so everything is just nice and locked into place. So I'm going to grab some tweezers here to grab this covering. Okay. Then we board up. Everything should snap into place according to him, and it did. And it's all locked down. No silver bezel. I can see the feels like the bottom portion of this needs to. Okay, so that didn't feel like it's right. It doesn't feel like it's right. So, well, I might just need to get screwed down some. I'm actually not too sure now. Because there's a gap. And then when I look at the screen, I can see the gap. That doesn't feel right. Really nervous now because this does not want to. Yeah, I could see a gap. I don't know why I could see a gap. I think it's because the screen is still poking out a little bit at the bottom here, but I can't be too certain of that. And unfortunately now, the damn thing does not want to come out for me. There we go. No, that's in as far as it can go. It's like the, well, maybe that will do it. So maybe just screwing it in, the act of screwing it in will, okay, I'm just trying to be careful. There we go. There we go. Okay. So the 3D printed mount tolerances are a little tight, but not bad. So he does give you an optional way to set up the contrast. I'm honestly going to skip it for now. And some buttons to solder on, I guess. I'm guessing that's if you need a debug. But we're going to ignore all this for now because I want to just do this the solder-free way. So it gives you 3 tactile switches, the 4 screws, and then 2 pieces of wire. I'm guessing, because I didn't even see him mention this in his video, the 3 tactile switches probably go there. But I think for now what we're going to do is just hook up the clean screen board, which I'm guessing goes like this. Would be kind of nice if he would have included an indexer in the clean screen board to hook into the I'm going to grab a different bit to grab into the LCD drive, or to grab into the 3D printed part, because it's a little slit. Before I lose that screw, I'm going to leave that there. Plop. Perfect. Okay, that's much better fit. So we're just going to kind of feel it into place here. Don't want to wang it down too hard so I can line the rest up. And then we'll go and if anybody's ever worked with 3D printed parts before, you know that you don't really ever really want to go too much past finger tight. And the reason I say that is because they're very fragile. 3D printed parts are very fragile. Well, they're meant to be prototypes, so definitely don't have a lot of robustness to them. So just take your time. Don't screw things in too tight. As long as the board's not flopping around. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Now maybe in the future, when I'm feeling less frustrated, because I'm feeling kind of frustrated today if you haven't figured it out. Now, from what I understand, the way that we do this is put this to the side, put this to the side, get this over here. Cool thing is he set all this up to work with FPC connectors. So the screen just plugs into this guy, make sure the latch is up, then you can plug it in. ZIF sockets are quite nice, and so it just slides in. Make sure everything's parallel and snap the bail down. You're good to go. Now this guy should. Wait, did he? I'm hoping that's a top contact because it's got to be. Because there's no way there's no other way. And his video was oriented different, but in mine it's. Yeah, that's odd. You know, he did say, which maybe this is why he said what he did, and I might have to unscrew this. Could be slightly easier to get this button flex plugged in with the board, with the LCD driver board unscrewed, and then you put the board into place. But if we just do this, yeah, I might do that because this is a little fiddly. I can't really get a good purchase on the oh, there we go. Now, once you got that into place, you've got this guy, and this is what actually goes to, I think it's supposed to go like this. Okay. I'm missing one more flex, and it's this guy. Oh, that's right. So this guy is what connects to the Lynx motherboard. I think this is what will send out the actual display. Need to get myself a little tiny one right here. This again, this might have been easier to do with the LCD driver board out of the case. Fortunately, ribbon cables are quite slick, so even grabbing them with the tweezers is kind of. Oh wait, I'm doing it from the wrong way, aren't I? Yes. Okay, I think that does that. Now, friction fit back into the original. Be careful here, these ribbons are kind of thin. It might actually be easier to hook the ribbon into the motherboard first, but right now that's working just fine. So can't forget to plug the speaker in because I like audio. You guys like audio? I like audio. Okay. Okay. Got that going. Now I'm going to get the battery tray put back in. Man, that's a lot easier with his. Okay. So we're just going to do the same thing. Cross your fingers, guys, because this is definitely unknown territory for me. Get this put into place. Thing snaps down good. Game card in. The Lynx, if you didn't know, requires a game card to be inserted to power on, because it's how it basically connects the power to the ground, which is also another reason why the power system on the Lynx is complete shit. It's a little above my pay grade, but I was kind of following along with what they were saying about it. And the type of power delivery it uses is not what you normally would find. And basically, if one or two parts fails that commonly do fail or did fail because they weren't very robust, then it would basically send 9 volts directly to the processor. And apparently, the processor itself is able to run on less than 5 volts, which is kind of one of the reasons why the battery life was so good on the system. All right. Moment of truth, guys. No display. But we do have power, and it is powering games, I think. Yep. Okay, so I screwed up something. And I don't know what. Okay. What did I mess up? No power to the backlight. Okay. So it's a little frustrating because it's supposed to be a drop-in kit. And I dropped it in, but something's not happy right now. And I've got to figure out what that is. It's probably, if I'm going to hazard a guess. It's probably that little ribbon that I hooked up last. So let's just take a look at that, huh? Guessing it's that. Because that's what actually sends the display out. Have it pressed down. I have that hooked up. That's 100% hooked in. I'm guessing that's what it is. It's not a very solid connection. And because there's no tabs or anything on this, the only other thing I could think of is that I think I have that set up right with the backlight constantly on. It's got to be in there, right? All right, let's take a look at one thing here. There is a little switch on the board, right? See, backlight driver's right there. Backlight always on. Or, I'm wondering if that's it. Let's just switch this up real quick. I think it's set that way, though. It's a little weird. This is why I wish I had the bench power supply set up so I didn't have to monkey with this, but I should be lazy and pay for it at the same time. Come on now. Okay. I don't know. I don't think that was it. I can't remember if that was turned on or not, but there we go. Gotta index it right. Now she all should slide together. Just this in, the whole thing's together. Batteries again. So annoying. Nope. Oh, there we go, but I really can't see anything. I saw the screen for a second. What the heck? I saw it for a second. It's there. It's the backlight just not turning on. You can't see it, but okay, so backlight is not turning on. What could that be? Not getting power to the backlight. Might have to go take a look at the guide real quick, but again, there's really nothing to this. I was pretty sure. Now, let's take a look at this switch real quick. I don't want to really leave this dangling too much, but all right. Backlight always on, or backlight wheel. I honestly can't freaking tell. They've got like Captain tape or something over this, I think, which is really, I'm really effing annoying. See, I can't tell if that switch is moving or not. This whole assembly doesn't feel like it's on there very well either. I mean, it's soldered, it's just, what the heck? Why can't I even get this tape off, or whatever the heck this is? I can't see because frickin' thing is going into seizure mode. I'm not ruining this, am I? End of the day, like, if I screw this up, it's probably, yeah, it's set on. There's no way that it's soldered to. Backlight on, off control. It has to be right though. I'm guessing it comes automatically on, but let's just do this real quick. One more time here. So I think this time though, we're gonna do this because I'm gonna fool with this sensor here, this switch. Okay. The shitty thing is that these batteries are gonna be really precarious. Be careful if you do this because you do run a pretty good risk of shocking the shit out of yourself if you don't pay attention to like a couple of these capacitors up here, like this guy right here, will juice you pretty good. So just be careful if you're gonna work with one of these things in a okay, well I got that not hooked up right. Do we have enough to make contact though? I don't think we will, so I'm gonna have to undo this real quick. There we go. Okay, that should be what I needed. Okay. Do this. Lift the unit up. Keep the batteries in place. One more. Okay, now, keeping my hands away from freaking everything. Nothing still. I mean, I could see the screen, there's just no backlight. Okay. So, grab all my missing batteries. So we gotta put all this now. Yeah, there's no way. Forget to lift this up about that. So now the only other thing I could do is flip that other switch down. So come into here and move this down. that's probably what was causing that. I gotcha. It's a little tab in that battery tray that probably holds the middle of that motherboard into place. Now, let's see here. Do this, this, and then this. Okay. No power. May not have this hooked in right. Now I'm not getting any power. Oh, okay. Cartridge is in there good. There we go. No backlight. Okay, well, we have an interesting conundrum here. I might have a damaged screen. Or it literally still... No, because I was thinking that maybe the ribbon's not seated right, but if I'm getting display... I know the LCD's hooked in right. Button cable's working fine. That looks good. I really don't think I can get that in any farther. Like, I just don't. That is in as far as it can go. Yeah, I might have a dead backlight on this thing. Not seeing anything else on the board switch wise. I mean, there's the debug mode, but that shouldn't do anything. And I could, well, I mean, I'm getting an image, so that the ribbons should be fine. Double checking this, and that looks good. We have the switch in the upright position. So, I mean, theoretically, that should be getting power to the backlight. So So why is this not wanting to work? It doesn't matter what I do here. This backlight's not coming on. What could it be? Nope. No backlight. But if I turn the... Yeah, I can see the image. It's just the backlight's dead. I'm so confused right now. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to get in touch with Luke, rewatch his video or something. I don't know what it could be. I mean, I could try reseating this connector too, but like... Got the Retro 6 stickers, so I know it's the one I bought it from a shop. I sure as shit would hope it would be legit, but... Okay. There's nothing under here, like... that would stop that from working. Now I'm having an issue because this guy is putting some pressure on the ribbon, so I can't really... Interesting. Let's take this off. For now, might let's pull this guy out. I'm gonna get this reseated properly. I don't really want to do that. I might do it spares, but wondered if maybe I didn't have this seated right. Usually, yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna detach the MOBO for now. make things a little easier. It just says Lynx LCD to IPS. Oh, Retro 6 Stealth IPS. Okay, so that's just new. I guess he solved the issue of the bezel with the Stealth IPS. You know, I'm wondering. Maybe that was it. I don't know. I really don't want to go and do the contrast wheel trick just yet, because this should be just working. That's the button flex. That should be good. Okay, that's looking a little bit better, maybe? Maybe. So now... let's do this. Cable's plenty long enough. Bale's lifted up. This literally should just been a drop-in part. Like, I should not have had to do any of this. Should have really been no troubleshooting, because there's no soldering. It's all just FPC connectors. So aside from that backlight switch being set incorrectly, there's very little that theoretically should go wrong with this. So needless to say, it's slightly annoying that it's not working off the rip. Okay, try this again, and I'm not really expecting a change, but maybe I got lucky and I just didn't have that one cable properly seated. And sometimes when that happens, if you don't have the connection right, then yeah, obviously you're not going to get power where you need to get power, but I don't really feel like that's the issue. Nope. Oh, yep. Bingo. Did not have the cable seated right. Oh man, that looks great. Cool. All right, well, let's get her put back together. Just a cable issue. I knew. Well, I didn't know, but there's not much, like I said, there's just not much to do on these things. So, with that being said, I mean, you just got to walk back through what you did. And basically, what I did was hook cables up. So, alrighty. Switch back up to a thicker bit here. And we'll have some spare. Well, I guess I'm gonna stick those to the screen. Okay. All right. And then now we're going to do it this way so we can enjoy it without having to worry about batteries falling out or getting shocked or any of that stuff. It's too bad I can't do like a direct, I guess, well, no, because I don't have a spare flash cart, so I couldn't really make that work. Can't really do a side-by-side comparison of the differences between the screens, but you know, if you just head back earlier in the stream, if you really want to know. All right, one more time here. So now, let's get this out the way. Let's power it on. Bam. Oh, freaking heck. Man, that looks so good. Let's, I'm going to do this real quick. Okay. Do California games. I'm trying to get this on screen, so I'm playing it through OBS pretty much. Oh, God. God, that looks so good. BMX. Dude. I forget how to play this game. Oh, just right. Right? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Alright. So the sound is still not very good. So I'm terrible at this. Oh, there we go. Is there no up and down? Guess not. Okay, so there is no. I guess I can restart maybe. No, that didn't really. That's just a pause. Yeah, there is no pause. So I guess the only way is to turn it off and on again? That's a little crappy. Let's try a different game. Let's go... Let's do... Blockout. It might be an Arkanoid clone. Alright, there we go. So that's the pause, but I don't understand how... So all three of them is a restart? Huh. Oh. I think I remember this game. It's like... Wait. It's not. There we go. So you gotta hold this. You gotta hold B. Wow, this is trippy as heck. Okay. Anyways, folks, it is 5:35 p.m. I've had kind of a slightly frustrating day with this thing. However, we did get it working. And that's a good thing. So basically, just to recap while I get all my bits and pieces put back together, because this is still a couple of Lynxes. If I ever work on them ever again, I'll have everything I need to rebuild the power system on them. 2 left. I can do 2 left. Anyhow, so we recapped my last Lynx board. We managed to destroy a shit ton of pads, which feels bad, but thankfully we were able to repair our destruction, which feels good. We actually got the drop-in mod to drop in. Once that dropped in, we were good to go. So that kind of does it for my Lynxes. Well, I say that, but we do have the one board that I am going to do some diagnostics on. And I'm hoping we can figure out the problem. If it's just a dead Hayato, I have a place where I can order one from. And I'll get that put onto order. And we will get it installed. That way, I could at least, I probably won't make any money on it at that point, but at least I'll have it working and somebody else can enjoy it. It's less about the money and more just about saving something from hitting the landfill, so to speak. So, there's always that. I'm just shove this with that. And okay. So, I don't know. I think today is a day. And I'm going to go and enjoy my evening. I got it working. I'm going to leave on a win rather than potentially ruin or frustrate myself and other things. I am in a giant mess that I've got to clean up, so I'm going to get that taken care of, and I'm going to go play some video games and enjoy my evening. And I hope you all do the same thing. I will be back tomorrow to destroy more Nintendo Switches. I have 3 at the very least that we're going to be working on. Potentially 5 if I can get to these damn OLEDs. I should be back hopefully starting tomorrow around 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, of course. If I do not see you here tomorrow, I do hope you have a wonderful holiday. Enjoy your 4th of July. Maybe I'll see you back here next week. If not, hopefully I'll see you here tomorrow. Same again. It's going to be around 11 a.m. Central Time. And then hopefully we'll get some stuff working tomorrow. All right, guys. I am going to call it a day.